Test 1 2 1 2 3. Test 1 2 1 2 3.
Well, my take on it is Rob's department, and if you think it's an issue, then I'm not worried about it.
Test 1 2 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
We're good.
Okay. Test 1 2 3.
I'm watching this live stream on this side computer. I know there's a delay of whatever 5 or 10 seconds, but welcome. We're glad to start this meeting, and we hope everybody has great plans for a simple and safe Thanksgiving celebration. Our discussion today.
So, Scott, we know you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Oh, really?
I can hear you, Scott.
I can hear you too.
I'm not muted. Is that any better, Julie? Are you able to hear?
Julie, are you able to hear me speaking? We can hear the other people that are on the feed. I'm not sure why you can't hear us.
There she is. Superintendent, our items for study session are related to enrollment projections. So we'll turn some time to you to introduce your team at the end of the presentation on the enrollment book. We've asked Shane to share just a minute or two on how the enrollment projections affect facilities and the things that we're talking about in there.
Okay, sounds great. I'm very grateful that we have the technology working, and want to express gratitude for the good work that we have from our experts in our district. People tonight that will be highlighted are out of Rob's office, our business services office, and just want to say thanks to Jason and to that whole team that works hard to make sure that our projections are as accurate as possible. And I would like to give Rob an opportunity to say whatever he would like to before we turn the time over to Jason and any others that might be presenting. Rob may not be able to hear us yet.
Thanks, Superintendent. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I'll take just a few minutes before we hand off to Jason. But this document and what we're going to cover today is the foundation for Alpine School District's financial picture. And it's an important document. I was just on the phone with the fiscal analyst a few minutes ago talking about enrollment projections and what policymakers are looking at for the current year as well as next fiscal year. He asked for a copy of our enrollment projection book. And it's something I share with him. And again, it's a credit to Jason, to Randy, to our entire budget team, and to the school district for the work that goes into this. So just wanted to say thanks. And Jason's got some slides prepared for you to highlight the book. We'll start at the end and then move forward. But with that as an intro, and just Sam, I hope you're having a good time where you're at, and look forward to seeing you next week. And just want to express my appreciation for our board and for our administrative team, and especially for the students that we serve at this Thanksgiving time. We have the best students and families and teachers and coworkers, and just really a great opportunity for me to take a moment and express thanks. So with that, Jason, why don't you go ahead and take over from there?
Sounds great. Thanks, Rob. And glad to be with all of you. This is a little different one. I think this is the 6th or 7th time I've been involved in presenting this, and this is a very unique one. So I'm excited. Like in years past, we have the PowerPoint that will have the page number listed at the top. Did everybody get a hard copy of the enrollment book? Great. That'll make it easier for you to flip to those pages rather than having two screens or something open. So I'm going to share my screen so we can see the PowerPoint. Can everybody see the cover page?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so yep, this is the enrollment history and projection published today. Appreciate the help from Michelle Welker, Kimberly, and David's team on the cover and the graphics on this. Let's see. Let's get just figuring out how to shift through. Okay, so this is the title page, just listing the team here. The first one here with the project or the enrollment and projection overview. So this year on October 1st, 2020, our official count was 80,953 students. As you are aware, that's a drop of 579 students from last year's October 1. And there's the breakdown by type, elementary, middle, and high school. So those are the changes from last October 1. A little different than we projected, and we all know the cause of that. New schools this year, we opened one new elementary at Silver Lake Elementary. Our projection for next October 1st of 2021, is to be around 81,908 students, which is a increase of 955 from this October 1. With the breakdown there of we're expecting about 400 increase in elementary school, 150 or so in middle school, and about 400 in the high school area. Changes for next year, there'll be some new schools. We'll have two new elementary schools, one in Vineyard and one in Saratoga Springs, and one new middle school in Lehigh. So this book does not have the projections for any of those three schools because we are still in the discussion and everything for the proposed boundaries. So as soon as those boundaries are agreed upon, decided on, then I'll go back through and keep the same totals, but just dividing those up appropriately between the different schools. Like it already has been done on the different proposals, but we'll be able to use that for everything going forward with the FTEs and so forth. Any questions on this this page here? Okay, so we'll jump from page 3 to the back to pages 127 to 130. This is the construction growth report. There's 4 different pages of this because we do one for January through September of 2020. That's the data we have so far for this year. We compare that to January through September of 19 just to get a apples to apples comparison, and then we'll have a January through December for the previous years, 2019 and 2018. So those what'll show up there. So there's a lot of data here. It's a little easier to see here with the single family units. So, and we've pulled it just for the cities in our district. So some highlights here down at the bottom, the green and red show the highest 5 years and the lowest 5 years. And this is just for single family units. So 2017 through 2019 is on similar numbers to 2004 to 2006. So the 2020 pace, you can see in the bottom right corner, we're on pace for over 3,000 units, which would be the third largest in the past 25 years, which is pretty incredible during this year. So we're January through September of this year, we're up 17% over last year's January through September. So you can see that in the last 2 columns. So that 25-21 is the 2020 January through September. And right next to it to the right is the 2155, which is the January through September of last year, which ended through the whole year at 2731. So we're up about 17% there. Some of the cities just to highlight that went up, Eagle Mountain's a little up from last year at the same time, and same with Saratoga Springs. This next one, page 134, shows the same data but for multifamily condo units. So for January through September 2020, we're actually, it's just opposite. We're about 19% down from last year at the same time. So last year we ended 2019 with about 2,800 units there, and right now we're at, through September, 1,556, so probably on pace for the low 2,000s there. Let's see, increases in American Fork, Saratoga Springs, and Vineyard. So those are the cities highlighted there. The next data we also look at here that really drives a lot, and we'll point out some things, is the birth to kindergarten enrollment. So we are able to get the birth data by mother's address, by each month, by each city. And so the newest data we've got will be the kindergartners come in 4 or 5 years. So what it shows at the top is the calendar, the birth year, calendar year, and then down in the middle, there's also the year that they would enter kindergarten. So one thing, we've talked about this a little bit before, but from 1994 to 2008, in 94, it was about 3,500 births in Alpine School District cities. But from 94 to 2008, the births in Alpine School District were increasing about 5% per year. And the 11 years since then, it's averaged 0.17. So essentially, it's been zero on total births in the last 11 years, kind of fluctuates up and down. So this last year, we had a 2.1 increase this year from last year. So from the 6,929 to 7,074. Down at the very bottom, interesting is the percent, and we'll show it on this next slide too, but it's the percent of estimated ASD births that enter kindergarten. And when we do projections, we've used about 83% of kindergartners or births 5 years ago turn into kindergartners in our schools. But you can see this last year, or this October, it was at 78.5, the lowest by far, caused by the pandemic. We see that the kindergarten, especially the lower grades, are the most we were off on our projections. We showed that about a month ago, that the kindergarten, first, second, third, and really all the elementaries were quite under our projections. The junior highs were just a little bit under, and the high schools were over. So this showing that 78.5%, when we are projecting into the future, we're not going to jump right back to the 83. So you can see in future years, next year we're going to do about 81, 81.5, 82, 82.2. So kind of build back up to that that percentage. But we are, with that low of 78.5%, we are going to have more of a jump from kindergarten to first grade than in past years by just a little bit, thinking, well, they may have just kept them home for kindergarten, but we'll send quite a few back for first grade. So this data in table form is shown here graphically. So the top line is the Utah County births by school year. And then the middle red line is the estimated ASD births by school year, and then our kindergarten enrollment in our school district schools. So again, you can see this drop here of 5,493 of kindergartners for 2020, where we'd expect on a normal year to that be closer to 5,800 or so. Any comments or questions so far?
Jason?
Yeah.
This is Ada. I was wondering if you have thought about what the effects of the pandemic are going to be, in the next, what it has done to the birth rate.
Well, we won't, for the birth rate, we won't see a lot, because the data we have, the latest data we have for birth data is just from the year 2019. So they take, and I have to get the data from the state. They're a little behind on it. I am able to get some provisional, but the only thing we have is up until December of last year. So I guess we'll see next year once we get it what the 2020 data will show.
Wondered if you had a guesstimate.
Yeah.
Or a musing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm expecting it to stay about the same numbers. What's interesting too on this, even though the last 11 years it's been around 7,000 births, that's still just 7,000 births in the whole area of our district, even though the population of our district in that time's probably gone up, 10, 15%. So the births per capita has gone down each year also. So this, and we'll show this in future slides, coming up, that it's really caused quite a change in our demographics of things in our different grades, how these things are moving through and where our growth's coming from. It's really driven a lot from this data. Even though we are getting still a lot of new growth and everything's growing that way, we'll show that on some future slides. Okay, well, here they are. Here's those future slides. So this is the 3-grade total, not including SC, which is self-contained, or the special ed in self-contained unit C, or category C. So what this shows is the 10 through 12 over here on the right is our current high schoolers, 10th through 12th grade. So we're about 18,900. And you can see the 9 through 11, so each grade is in multiple columns, but this 9 through 11, if we didn't have any change and everybody just moved up, that would be our next year's 10th through 12th. So our next year's high schoolers, if they were all 10, 12. So you can see next year our high schools, if nothing else, no new build or anything, are going to grow by some 350 students. And the year after that, they would also grow as we move those up, and then grow by 1 the next year. But we can see it's quite different in these grades that follow. There's kind of a little bubble we've talked about, this 6th through 11th grade, and that's kind of flowing through. And what's interesting to look at is this next slide. This is the same data for October 1st of 2012. So this was when that birth rate, all these students were still in that 5% growth each year. And so every grade coming behind was bigger than the one in front of it. And that's changed a lot in the last 8 years. So I've highlighted this red box. What this is showing is the kindergarten. It's amazing to think of this, but the 2nd to 4th graders in 2012 are now the 10th through 12th graders. So we can see this same group. That's 17 kindergarten through 2nd, 17,370 is now 19,398. So these don't just move and nothing changes. All of these columns are growing as they go with new move-ins, just growth in the district, but kind of relative to each other are staying about the same. So yeah, so that you can see here that's where they are now in 2020. There's still one more that's going to come behind that's bigger, and then they each get smaller with each progressive grade going down. And I have slides going back. So here's the 12 again, and I'll just go through quickly to show kind of a time lapse of what happened. So this is 2012, then it'll go 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, just to see how it flattens out, and now it's changed so much there. So I'll go back real quick to show that again. So there's 2012. And like we've discussed before, all of these columns are getting bigger, but relative to each other, they're changing quite a bit. Rob, do you have any comments or anything to add to that?
Yeah, thanks, Jace. I think these slides really show that movement of students as our district over the last 7-8 years, and really is I think illustrative of what we can plan for moving forward. It will aid us in our capital planning. It'll aid us in our finance planning, and it'll aid us as we look to support our teachers and the students and their learning in the classrooms. Anyway, this I think is one of the best charts within the enrollment projection book, because it really gives a good look at those grade bands as they move up year over year. So anyway, that's just a couple of thoughts.
Thanks, Rob. And so two more points from this. we can see that the high schools for the next 3 years are going to continue to grow. They'll grow just by the move up, but also just with migration coming in, growth coming in. But we reached the point where the 7th through 9th, our junior highs, are going to have a hard time getting bigger overall. Some of them are going to grow, but a lot of them are going to shrink because of what's coming behind, even though we are going to get some move-ins also. The other point I wanted to make, this is drastically different from last year, a lot because of the projection differences in these lower grades. Now with getting a vaccine, things change next year, these could all jump up. They're not going to jump up to what these are because they weren't that way, but these are considerably smaller because of the COVID year. So these could change a little bit, but I think they'll still stay, this one, the 4th through 6th may come up and not be taller than this one. They'll all just kind of grow a little bit as they come back. But in our projections, we're not necessarily expecting that as soon as the pandemic's over, that everything is coming back all at once, that things have kind of forever changed in some ways. We'll get some back, but it wouldn't be 100% that we feel would come immediately back. This shows
So
it another way. Yeah.
I noticed, so when you looked at, I think whenever the other picture, they were a couple thousand less than these, which meant there was a couple thousand in migrations probably when you showed that, this other chart.
Yeah, because these grew from about like the 2nd through 4th was about 16.9, and now it's 18.9. So they all have grown by about 3,000 as they've moved from case through 2nd. So 17.3 up to 19.3. So that one grew by 2,000. The other one by about 2,000 too.
I guess I'm just saying, if some of these down here, that are in 4th grade now grew by 2,000, they would be up about the same level. Guess I'm just trying to ask, do you think that's also going to happen? Is that the normal model, that we're getting more in migration in higher grades that kind of bumps that up? Or anyway, any thoughts you have on that?
Yeah, and that 2,000 was when moving from all the way to the kindergarten through 2nd through that. And it just depends. We have some slides that show, it'll summarize every year what the K-12 differential's been, the implied migration. Some years the implied migration is like 1,200, 1,300 students coming into all grades, but other years it's only 100 or 200. Just depending. We'll show a few of those that show up there. But I think they'll still continue if this 4th through 6th becomes even 18.6, because it's already about halfway through the system. If it's 18.6 down here, it's still going to be less. And these ones, the 6th through 8th, if it's 19 right now, it might grow another 800 by the time it gets here. So they're all growing at the same time. But I think each one will be smaller as it comes through until something happens with that birth number of births, that birth rate.
Well, I think it will be interesting to see what our economists project, because Utah continues to have a strong economy relative to the other states. So I don't know. I wonder if it's going to be even stronger.
Yeah. Good questions and comments. Okay, so here, this is the district wide. This just shows the same type of data, but shows the cumulative growth. So, and we'll have one for different high schools here. So right now there's 18,891 10th through 12th graders, and these are the same numbers that were on that last graph, but this shows the cumulative. If nothing changed with move-ins or move-outs, this is how in the 2030-31 school year, the number of 10th through 12th graders would be down by 2,100 students. It's interesting to note that here by the different high schools. So this shows Westlake and Cedar Valley, and these are pages 95 and 96. So as we'd expect, these two schools, even if there wasn't a lot of growth, which we just saw there was, these are the biggest ones with the number of single family and multifamily homes. But even if we just moved up the students that are already in the system in kindergarten, first, second, third, etc., in this amount of time, they would grow. Westlake would be up 300 students. We know in this time it's going to be up much more than that because of the growth, but this is just the move up numbers. Cedar Valley, even faster growth just from the move up of what's already in the system, so up about 600. Lehigh also up about 500 just if we moved up the students in the system. But then Sky Ridge, we can see those lower grades, Sky Ridge and Lone Peak, and there's one for the other high schools. It's just not shown in here. But like for Sky Ridge, down about 600 students as we just move those students up each grade. And here's the one for Lone Peak, down 1,100 if we just move that up. We know that that Lone Peak area is one where they usually do move in most of those homes where they do have maybe middle schoolers or older elementary, and then cycle through that way rather than first homes and staying there the whole time. So this data just shows the move up numbers, but not the cycling of who's moving in and out with the type of homes that are in the areas. On to charter school enrollment. So this is page 83. So we have, for every year that we've had charter schools, we have a chart like this. So when it was October back in 2012, it's going to have a lot less number of schools. So we're now up to October 2020, and it shows 2019 on this page. And so our growth from last year was 153 students in charter schools. Last year's growth was 15, but there was one new school that opened this year, and that added 382 students. So that's the Mountain Sunrise in Saratoga Springs. So the growth, if we take out that 382, the growth at the existing schools was down 229 students. Here's another view of it. This just shows that plus 153 again, last year 15. This is the new school, Mountain Sunrise Academy, which is a K-6 school. Over on the right shows their max, or their state max, and their growth potential. So interesting thing here, even though the total growth besides last year has been pretty steady, just really depends on when a new school opens. That seems to get a big growth. The growth at existing schools isn't usually very high. And you see this year down, and there was one year where it was over 400, but most years it just depends on new schools being built. Page 82 is the growth in the 5 biggest districts in the state, just to compare what's happening there. This just shows kindergarten and 12th in total for Alpine, Davis, Granite, Jordan, and Canyons. Down at the bottom, it shows it again, Alpine, Davis, Granite, Jordan, and Canyons, but this shows the K-12 differential, the implied migration, and the total growth. So you can see last year at Alpine, and these are with the state's numbers, which include self-contained in the numbers, so they're a little different from ours, even though the totals are going to be the same, this 8953. But some of the K-12 differential or the implied migration will be just a little different. But last year we had, for the first time, a negative K-12 differential. This year you can see it's even more negative. So that means the 12th graders that graduated in May, there was 450 more than our kindergartners that we have currently as of October 1. And so we can see that overall we're down 579 students, but we can see some of the others. Davis down 2,200, Granite down 2,200, 2,100, Jordan and Canyons both down. So the only one with a positive implied migration was Jordan with 783, but they had quite a negative K-12 differential there. This one here shows this is page 63, elementary totals by area. So it just shows the schools, and these areas have been defined for many years, and we've just left them that way. This is actually the first year in the elementary level that we've seen all the areas have a negative increase. Other years, and we'll see it on the graph on the next page, but other years, Alpine, AF, Highland, and Orem and Vineyard areas have some down. But Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, and Lehigh areas would continue to grow. But you can see even those areas had negative 387 and 323. Here's PG Linden, Cedar Hills, and Orem Vineyard. So a total in the elementaries of down 1,678 from last year's actuals. And here's it shown in a graph. So you can see that the Eagle Mountain Saratoga Springs, this is the first year it's gone down since 2001. This is total students in that area. Same with Lehigh. There hasn't been a decline in Lehigh since 2005 on total students. The other three have had multiple years of slight declines, but they're all down from last year. This next one shows the average school size by type. So we can see at the top is the average size of the senior highs, the high schools. So they went up this year, same with the middle schools, because we did not open a new high school or middle school. We opened a new elementary, and even if we hadn't opened that, I think this still would have gone down slightly, but we added one more to divide by, so our average elementaries are just slightly under 700 per school. But the high schools, as we've seen, all had only 2 had decreases from last year, just on actual enrollment. This one, page 70, is the average elementary size by area. And all of these went down this year, which we like to see to get those schools a little smaller. We did open a new school in this top area in Eagle Mountain with Silver Lake opening. So it dropped from 974 average for the schools in that area to 874. And all the others dropped slightly. This one shows the actual and projected enrollment to kind of get a feel of what we're projecting in the future. So if we look back, I've kind of highlighted in 2013, or we look in 2012, we can see that the total change back in some of these years is over 2,000, but you could look at the K-12 differential. So we had many years in here where the K-12 differential, many years in a row, where it was at 1,500 or more. So that means we had 1,500 more kindergartners coming in than 12th graders that graduated the year before. And some of those implied migrations were quite small, 217 or 124, but we still had growth in the 1,600s or 1,300s. So this, if we look at last year, we grew by 1,676 students, but almost 1,600 of that was implied migration, only 90 from our K-12 differential. And now for 2020, we finally have a negative K-12 differential, and we can see going forward, it just gets larger. So next year, 367, then 576, 727, and so forth going out. We still, for next year, like it was said on the first slide, feel that we will be able to grow by about 955 students with implied migration of about 1,322. And now that 1,322 isn't just going to be new building, new students moving in from out of area. It's also going to be capturing back a lot of the students that didn't come this year. We projected we'd grow by 1,250 when we did this last year before we knew anything about the pandemic, and we were down 579. So getting back some of that 579 plus 1,250, almost 1,800 students, just slowly getting back. So this implied migration for the next 5 years has both those categories. The new construction that we can see on those first slides is still really hot right now, but also getting back, capturing back students from all areas where they may have left during the pandemic. So looking at these, that implied migration staying about 1,000 to 1,100 for the next 5 years as we capture back and as construction continues to grow. One thing to note, I have a little note here, when I look back from 2007, it doesn't show 2007 to 2009. It kind of skips from 5 to 10, but during those years where we had really a lot of construction going on before the recession also, we had an average increase of 2,800 students, just total growth per year, and implied migration of about 1,100.
Jason, I had a question. How did you arrive at that estimate of how many students will be returning? Was that just a calculated guess, or?
On how many would return that we did not get this year? There's many ways we've brought it back. We tried to, because when we're doing the projections for all the future years, we look at not just saying, well, this school was this, I think it's going to be this. We look at every single grade at every single school and have the history as they move from first to second grade, and then the next year second to third, and it's an ALL program or it's a language. What percent usually increases as they move or decreases? As you know, we have some at like Westmore Elementary that the kindergarten through second might be really big, but then those families move out. So we have the statistical data, the history of that. What we tried to do is, this year being such anomaly, is not try and put too much weight on it. So usually we look at those percentages average the last 3 years, but we actually went back and did the last 3 years plus one more, 4 years to try, but also kept in this year's because it may have some lingering effects. So we have a lot of negative percentages this year, but we tried to minimize it by making only a quarter of the history that's going into future years. One thing we also tried to do, we see, it's a future slide coming up, but we try and we see a big jump from 6th to 7th grade, usually about 200 students as students come back from homeschools or charters or others and want to be in our secondary system. We tried to capture a lot each year going forward in that situation, thinking maybe, and that's what we've kind of theorized, is that a lot of the students that stayed home or doing an online program, the parents are thinking, well, I can handle doing 3rd grade math with them, but I can't do, 10th grade math. So a lot of the elementaries have stayed home, but we're going to continue to capture back. It may be that they come back from 5th to 6th or 3rd from 4th, but we've done a big jump at it from 6th to 7th to kind of simplify the model a little bit that way. Hopefully that answers your question there.
Yeah, that totally does. So you're treating it more like a little anomaly and just looking at the data. But
including it in it, not just dismissing it altogether and saying we're going to be right back at the same percentages we were before. Build it in and just try and we'll get a big idea next year when we see that and be able to course correct. We may be able to next year, if things are back to normal, we might be able to say, well, let's just eliminate the percentages that were in that 2020 year and just go with that, the new one and the two before that, to be able to look at the growth going forward.
Thank you.
So here's that multi-year history I just was talking about. So up at the top, this is page 16, kindergarten to 1st grade, we usually do have a big jump of about 200 students just because they may choose to send them to some type of specialty kindergarten program or not send them to kindergarten, but to bring them in 1st grade. But we have to capture a lot of those that are to come back. We're saying 400 next year and then back to the 200s. So we had such a low, that 78.5% of the burst to kindergartens, where it's usually 83%. So that's why this 400 number is so much bigger. Another one here was 6th to 7th, usually 250 to 300. We're doing 400 each year to try and capture back going forward, thinking maybe they get used to the homeschool. They may do that for a couple years and then come back for 7th grade, and that captures a lot back. The other ones kept pretty consistent with what's been there. You can see we usually have a big drop from 11th to 12th, early graduation early graduation or other reasons. And then this 12th to kindergarten is just that K-12 differential again, just the difference between the seniors leaving and the next year's kindergartners coming in. Okay, so here's getting into the projections. We already talked about the next year's being a growth of 955, and you can see that in this bottom right corner, the 955. So this is pages 22 and 23 of the 2021 projections, so October 1st of 2021. In past years, we've highlighted a lot of these in red that we're concerned about for our capital plan of growth schools that are in the 1300s for elementaries, or schools getting quite big in the secondary level. So in the elementary, we only have 3 highlighted and only 1 in red. The reason these 2 are in blue, Sage Hills and Vineyard, is because both of those enrollments will be getting taken care of when we do new schools that are opening next fall. So Sage Hills will not be at 1064 and Vineyard will not be close to 1400 because of the new schools opening. Now Black Ridge next year will be at 1092, but that's only up 22 from this year and down quite a bit from what we projected just a year or two ago. So they are large, but not huge growth. And then looking over here at the middle schools, just one, none that are in red, one that's in blue, which is Willow Creek, but also in blue because Willow Creek will not be 2190 next fall because of the new middle school and the boundary changes that will take place. When we look at the high schools, the only one in red is Cedar Valley, growing by 250 students from this year. And that's mainly driven by just the system, students coming in from Frontier, but up to 2590 for next year. And then Lehigh and Sky Ridge, both highlighted in blue, but both of those will be going down a little bit with the new middle school opening, the 9th graders leaving Sky Ridge, and possibly some of those, the students in the Liberty Hills area moving from Lehigh to Sky Ridge. So this is good news for next year when we're looking at capital planning. When we go to the there's one for each year. So this is pages 22 to 23. Not going to go through each year. I'm just going to go from 2021 to 2025, so out to the farthest that we project. You can see here there is quite a bit more red, but it's a lot of time to plan for. So Black Ridge and Belmont, both in the 1100 range, and Brookhaven. We got Hidden Hollow, Mountain Trails, River Rock, and Springside. Springside will get taken care of a little bit, or possibly could, with the boundary proposals for the new the new elementary there. And Sage Hills and Vineyard are both shown there. As you can see, Vineyard, it's good we're building a new school there. 1800 would be tough to house in one school there, but if they're both around 900, that's pretty good. As we move over to the middle schools, Frontier will continue to grow, so be back in the 1600s, 1700 by 2025. Same with Vista Heights, continue to grow. Willow Creek would be very large, but we are going to take care of a lot of that with the new middle school. So, and you can see the total numbers. Elementaries we expect to grow again, 1,424. But as that bubble of the students coming behind, the middle schools will be down 260 students from this year's numbers. But high schools up 1,374. So we can see that Cedar Valley will be close to 3,200 students in 2025. Westlake will be large, close to 3,000 again. But see, we can see at Sky Ridge and Lehigh both taken care of with the possible boundary changes. So Sky Ridge actually down 39 from this year's if no boundary changes or no 9th graders were leaving. So they'll, with the proposals, they'll still be down in the 2,400 range with the boundary proposals. And Lehigh probably a little bit lower than this, probably about 21 to 2,200 if the changes go with what's proposed. The interesting thing with Cedar Valley being large here in Westlake, you know, we're looking forward with high schools there. The nice thing with the Cedar Valley and with Frontier being big is we can take care of a lot of this problem at Cedar Valley with so many students by just taking the 9th graders out at some point and having 2 middle schools and dropping that down to the 2,200, 2,400 range. Any thoughts or comments there?
So you were thinking that the online school was going to decrease quite a bit. Any just reasons for that?
We have a lot of that, the online, because it jumped. I mean, these numbers that we have out in 2025 or in 2021 are still much larger than they were last year. So we had a huge influx coming in for this year, obviously, and we think it'll stay more than it has been in the past, but will slowly come back to the traditional schools. So that the down 173 or the 156 is still that 209 students, and the 42 in 7th and 8th is still much higher than we were on October 1st of 2019. Okay, so then the next one is page 35, shows the feeder flow chart. And approximate percentages feeding each middle school and high school. You can see some schools, you know, some areas are so used to, maybe like Lehigh and Westlake has been, so used to pure feeders where we can see a lot of areas have a lot of split. Timpanogos has 3 middle schools coming into it, Mountain View 2, and elementaries that are split. Look at Freedom going many different places, 4 different places here. The one that we added this year is down here, the Silver Lake, circled in red. So that became part of the Vista Heights Westlake area. As stated, the new schools that will come next year, the next year's chart, we will have quite a bit of reconfiguring between Lehigh and Sky Ridge, the schools here, Lehigh Junior, Willow Creek. There'll be a new middle school. So Lehigh Junior will probably be in both of these columns, and different elementary changes there. And then we'll have a new elementary feeding into Orem Junior and Mountain View, and a new elementary feeding into Lake Mountain and Westlake. That's looking forward. Page 37 is the graph of, this is district-wide, so this is graph of the high school feeder schools. We're going to show some of the feeder schools, but this is actuals and projections, not move-up numbers like we showed before, but this is actual projections. So the top line is all the elementary students in the district, and we were on this path kind of going slightly up. Here's 2020, where we went down almost 2,000 students, and then kind of getting back on that same plane we were previously. We can see the junior highs and high schools down here below. When they kind of split and go apart, the high school got bigger here in 2019. That's when we put 9th graders into Cedar Valley, and that separated where they were about the same here. When we do the projection book next year and we have the 9th graders out of Sky Ridge, this number will come back down closer. But again, those projections aren't for the new schools yet because we don't have the boundaries. We can see here's Westlake. So this big drop is when Westlake feeder was split in 2 with Cedar Valley. We can see big growth, a steep plane here for really all of them, the elementary students. And then we can see the high school and middle school. Here is Cedar Valley. The reason why the high school line is so much bigger than the junior high, is because there's 4 grades in this one and only 2 grades in the junior high. Lehigh, these are our 3 high growth areas. So there we can see we also had a drop here in Lehigh, elementary students, but no, we didn't really see. We look here, we can see a little drop in there. All 3 of these have a little drop in elementaries, but no drops in the secondary schools for 2020. And this projecting out, this is Lehigh. Here's Sky Ridge, which different projections than those other 3. It's more of a stable area with growth. The high school grew quickly here, but then is stabilized. Elementary and middle schools, you can see just pretty stable, pretty flat. Page 7 shows the total enrollments and all of the projections that have been made back from 2008. So each year we make a projection, we go out 5 years. So these numbers in this line in red and the numbers in red are this year's projection for the next 5 years. The black line here with the numbers is the actuals. So you can see we thought we would be up here on this blue dot for next year, and then the pandemic caused it to be here. And so we're saying next year, and it's changed, this slope and everything has changed quite a bit in 1 year. The most drastic change, as you can see. Everything else just had slight corrections as we went along. But there's a big change here between this blue and the red. But you can see usually we're pretty close on that 1 year out and even 2 years out. When we get out to the 5 years, we make corrections each year to get that back in line, just with what the current situation of things.
I'm kind of curious. I know that the pandemic obviously caused some people to homeschool and stuff, but it's just kind of curious to me that there's that big of a difference in the slope. You know what I mean? Instead of anything as to why, a year ago you thought that the slope was going to be higher. Is there any factors that have seemed to, besides the pandemic, that have caused you to rethink things?
The pandemic, then plus another year of the birth data staying flat. And that won't show itself till later. But yeah, a lot of that is just how much. I mean, the differences here. I mean, the slope there, it's a little bit different, but we were even back last year. We were saying the K-12 differential is going to go negative. We're expecting, about 1,200 in growth. So we possibly, if to capture back a lot, we probably could go more on the implied migration. We just don't know exactly what's going to, every year doesn't have 11 or 1,200 implied migration. Some year only has 200. So if we have a negative K-12 differential of 600 and say even a implied migration of positive 500, we're still going to be a negative growth in some of those years, which we could have. I think it's just the more data we get, if next year this number, the 8953, is up here, at 83,000, then the slope is going to change, and get corrected again each year. So we always feel we're most accurate on that 1 year out, and then two, and each year gets more out in the future, the less reliable, just with how statistics on that.
So, Jason, are you saying that's a conservative estimate, or is it a hopeful estimate? How would you characterize it?
We always try and get it as close as possible, but we like to be on the conservative side. So we'd rather there be, 300 or 400 on the total district. If there's 400 or 500 more students than we projected, that's a lot better in most ways than if we have 100 or 200 less than we projected. Just because we, from a budget standpoint, and just being able to get things right there. But of course, we're trying to get it as close as we can. But I'd say in a good year, if we have 200 students more than we projected, we'd feel, the happiest about that.
Jason, I did notice that the projections you made in 2015, as you projected the green line, you don't always give yourself credit for how accurate you can be on the 5 years out, but you hit that right on.
Look at that. That's amazing. I didn't even notice that. Thanks for pointing out, Scott. That made my day.
Way to go.
Yeah, that's crazy, because we were right here and then it jumped a little bit more, but yeah, it's right there. I'll have to look and see what the actual number, I'll look that up and let you know if it's 80,950 or right at 960 or something, but it looks really close, doesn't it?
Yeah. Nice job.
Thank you. All right. Any other thoughts or questions on this one?
So Jason, when did you start?
My first projection book would have been this one, the one right before that, the 11/2014. So I started here in the district office July of 14.
So that was what made it so accurate. That's when you joined, right?
Well, yeah, that was my second one. So I got my feet wet a little bit, I guess, and then that was the next year. All right. Okay, so let's see. I think we just have a couple more slides. This is page 10 and 11. This just shows by high school, if you're interested, just to see what the high school growth is looking like. So we can see American Fork High School staying pretty consistent. They're at about 2,400 now and being about 2,300 in 5 years. Cedar Valley, we know, is going to grow quite a bit, up 819. Lehigh up 600. Lone Peak, pretty stable, staying in the 22.5 up to 2,400 or so. Mountain View growing slightly with Vineyard area coming in. Orem, pretty stable, up 10, up 20. It's pretty much flat there. Pleasant Grove, for some reason, this is a lot just with what's in the system right now, an aging community, but there's quite a bit decline there with what's coming in and what the history of the growth has been. So down from about 2,200 to about mid-19s for student enrollment there. Sky Ridge, pretty stable. Timpanogos, pretty stable, down just slightly. Westlake up quite a bit. And then we got those specialty schools and then the total there. This last slide we show each time. This is not in the book, but it just shows the history of our October 1st actual versus prior year projection. So even though this year's was off by 1,829, and we usually say we're within a 0.5% or 1%, it was off by about 2.25, which really can't feel too bad about for in a pandemic year. And some of these with the secondary, senior high was off by just 1%, and junior high is about 1%. The main thing was that elementary, 4.3%. But putting that in, even the last 5 years and the last 10 years, we're still about going either way, about 0.85% error each year. So that's the average for the last 10 years, about 0.85. So I appreciate all the questions, and I'm grateful that I can present this today. And it's one of my favorite things to do, is to do this enrollment book and then be able to talk about it and present it and use that data for FTEs and boundary committees and any other projects that Rob or Shane or anybody comes down and asks me for. I really enjoy doing these things. So thank you for your time.
Jason, oh, sorry, we're echoing. Jason, this is awesome. Thank you for doing all this and for all this work. It's really helpful for us. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks, Amber.
Thanks, Jason. One of the things I notice as I look at this, that graph that you had early on that showed the 3-year movement, and how the shape of that graph has changed over the last 10 to 12 years. I think that's a really important thing for us to recognize, that we're in a condition now that is different than what we've been accustomed to for the last 10 or 12 years, or even 15 years. Everything is not just growing gangbusters. And we've talked about adjustments. We've talked about consolidations. We've experienced the consolidation of 2 schools with the new school at Centennial, and how that works. In spite of the fact that consolidations can rejuvenate an area and bring communities together as they join, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but we also know it's not an easy thing. So I bring that up because I want to caution everybody not to just think that because we've had growth for the past many years and that's what's on our mind, we want to be cautious to avoid overbuilding. It's a lot of money to build a school, and we have a responsibility to use the taxpayer dollars well. And we want to not only do we not want to overspend, we also don't want to create situations where there's more consolidation in 15 years maybe than otherwise necessary. I watched when you showed us their next year's projections, and I think it was Blackridge at 1092. And I think back on the day when we set the boundaries for Belmont, and the community comments. We had comments from the Traverse Mountain area, from the Fox Hollow area, and from the Eagle Crest area. All 3 of those schools were in the shuffling, and Eagle Crest was a stable and slightly declining area, but was 1060, 1070, 1080, something like that. And they requested not to be split. It's not that these buildings can't handle having, 1,000 or 1,100 students. We've watched that several years ago. Freedom Elementary was over 1,000 for an extended number of years. And now they're starting to see some aging of the community, and we didn't build another school just because Freedom hit 1,000 students. It's an idea we have. Once it hits 1,000 students, we watch it and we pay attention to the trends. We pay attention to changes in the community and to new home construction. But just because something hits 1,000 students in an elementary doesn't mean we have to immediately run out and spend $20 million to build another elementary. Certainly, I think North Point, it hit 1,300 and something, and that was really, really tough. That was right before River Rock was constructed. So there's a point where you can't hold on, but I don't want to suggest that we instantly build another school as soon as a school hits 1,000 students. And sometimes I've watched where growth is happening on one side of a school when I thought previously it was going to happen on the other side, the east side of the boundary, west side of the boundary. Things change in how development occurs and how new families move in. And so watching things and being willing to make an adjustment is a valuable position. The school that's under construction now in South Saratoga is a good example of that, where we really had thought Blackridge was going to continue to grow faster and faster and faster. And as it turned out, the south end of Saratoga grew faster. And that's turning out to be a really great place for that school. And I'm glad we made that adjustment. So I encourage you to be willing to make adjustments. Don't make too hard of a commitment to where you can't correct it if it turns out to be different information as that comes along. So thank you again, Jason, for doing that and for your willingness to make the best projections you can and correct them each year. I think that's important for us to recognize that we're doing everything we can with the information we have, and if we have new information, we adjust because we want to do the right thing and spend the money in the right way each time it's spent. So anyway, that's my thoughts on that. Any other questions or comments on this presentation? Okay.
I guess I just wanted to chime in too, that I think, first of all, really appreciate your observations, and a lot of them are non-intuitive. And so I think the board should really consider that mouse moving through the snake in our future plans. That also kind of might have something to do with budget, right? So possibly we always think of our budget's going to be more next year than it was this year, but the budget declines as we have decreasing enrollment too with WPU. So it probably means we need to be a little bit conservative in our budget process so that we don't expect, to forever have an increasing budget. But anyway, I really appreciate it, and I think I guess I was wondering if there was anything we needed to discuss as a board with respect to this. I feel like that's a healthy thing to do after a presentation like this.
Well, one of the things we are planning to discuss, although we've got about 20 minutes, and this may be an item that generates more interest and more discussion. We really weren't anticipating having long discussion regarding what to do with schools, but we've sent out studies. We've received lots of input from parents and from other patrons in the area, and so maybe it's the right time to ask Shane to talk to us about the results of the studying and investigating and checking into the boundary adjustments and the school configuration adjustments that have been discussed, and let's talk about how that's going and what we've heard from people and what they're thinking.
Thank you, Scott. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, that sounds great.
Okay. I'd like to echo the sentiment shared with respect to Jason and his work. He is an invaluable asset in Alpine School District. Just a great support. Really influences the decisions we make based upon the work he's able to do. We have been studying how to maximize the use of our facilities, looking at projection numbers, boundary adjustments. We have been informally studying consolidations, grade configurations, boundary adjustments. I think that we are ready to recommend to the board that we move a couple of those informal studies to a formal study. We are suggesting that we look more closely and formally at the consolidation of Valley View, and that the staff move forward on looking at a couple of different proposals there and bringing that back to the board for public input in our December or January meetings. The same would be true for the Geneva Elementary Suncrest consolidation, that we move that from an informal inquiry to a formal study and bring recommendations, public input and recommendations back to the board for public input in December and January, as well as the consolidation of Polaris and Polaris West, that we move that from an informal study to formalizing that, but that we continue to study informally the Pleasant Grove, Linden, Orem grade configuration rebounding adjustments that we're considering in that area. So those would be our recommendations, President Carlson.
Thank you. I know we've heard a lot from parents, and we've had several surveys providing some of that information in advance, and so our intent would be to gather additional feedback from the public in those particular schools, and start that public discussion next meeting, and continue to hear from people. The hope would be that in the January timeframe, we would have given plenty of time for input, and that the board would be able to reach some decisions and move those forward. Superintendent Jarman, I'm gonna say with since you're our most experienced person here with us today, in the years that you've been watching our growth and our adjustments and changes in school population in different communities, do you have any thoughts on the enrollment projection and the how to deal with that the way we've been discussing?
Well, my thoughts right now are, again, I just am grateful for the effort that our staff makes. Jason was the one that presented tonight, and we count on his expertise. But the team that he works with, I think, has been very accurate over the years in those projections. We've had a few that I can think of where, we look at maybe a Brookhaven or something like that maybe surprised us a little bit. But for the most part, we've been so very accurate. And that's been going for many, many years. And I think that is something that when Rob says, hey, this has a direct impact on our budget, that is where I think the impact hits so strongly is that we have this projection that is made, and if it's not right, then we may be looking at under budgeting or over budgeting things, and that can cause a lot of headache and problem that then reverberates and has a ripple effect throughout the entire district. And that's why I agree with what Rob said at the outset of this meeting. This the enrollment projection book is one of the most important documents that we work with each year. And so I think that, you know, we're using the all of the numbers that we know of that we can utilize to our advantage, and the connections and the relationships that we've developed with our cities to make sure that we are getting development numbers from our cities. That's very important as well. And so I just think that we have had some really good and accurate information to work with over the years. And again, express my appreciation to Rob and Jason and the team for that effort. Randy does a great job as well. And then I am very supportive of the idea of formalizing the potential consolidations and moving it forward so that we can be communicating effectively with our public and making sure that there aren't any surprises, and that we do talk about these things openly, and that we have reasons and strategies as to why we need to do the things that we feel we need to do. And so I appreciate what Shane has done, again, in working very closely with Derek Farnes, as well as with Jason and others on the team, to make sure that these kinds of decisions are strategic and in looking at what is best for Alpine School District.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any other questions or comments from board members or from staff?
I just wanted to comment that I just want our public to know that we intend to be very deliberative about the change process, especially given our budget constraints. That I think we need to, when we look at change, we need to consider the cost of change, that we're not changing just for the sake of change. And I think Shane has pointed that out to us in a previous meeting. But I just wanted Rob to comment about just that general attitude that the board should take about budgeting for the coming year. I know we've said conservative, but do you have any estimates about how conservative, or do we want to go there?
Thanks, Ada. I appreciate that invitation to comment. The one thing I can say for us to count on looking at a pandemic year is we can expect change. And change, I think, can be healthy if we approach it and communicate and work collaboratively together. We follow guiding principles, which I think have been articulated by Scott. Our superintendent's articulated that really well. I think Shane has articulated some of those. We need to be deliberate, transparent, but I do expect there to be some strain, whether that's at the state level as the economy is improving, but yet not where it has been or where we would like it to be. As the pandemic continues and persists, it's important that I think we stop and think about the important role that education plays in our economy. As students come to school and parents then are enabled to go to work and to generate an income for their families, and in turn share a portion of that, of their money, with taxes back to help support our teachers that invest in their children. I think we need to take a moment and realize how important the economic impact is of our educators and this organization in our community, as well as the affective, the social and emotional well-being of both students, of our teachers, but also of our parents. And I think that if we're deliberate and careful, principle-based, the economic reality, we're going to address whatever issue comes forward, and we're going to do it the Alpine way. And that's based on a solid foundation of enrollment projections, which Jason's laid out, working collaboratively with our policymakers on the state board and with our legislators, with our local mayors and city councils, and with our parents to make sure that we serve them and we utilize the resources as best we are able. But I do expect some stress and some challenge when it comes to the budget process. I think Board Member Clement articulated that really well. But that's the Alpine way. We're conservative. We want to ensure that when we make promises, we follow through with those promises and deliver for our team, our teachers, and ultimately for our students, families, and communities. So that'd be my comment, Ada. I think things are starting to come together. Again, I was on the phone with the fiscal analyst office right before this meeting, talking about the information going to executive appropriations, the information that the governor's office is using as they're preparing their budget estimates and the base budget for education. I think things look better, but not as good as what we would hope or we would want. That'd be my thoughts.
Thank you, Rob. Any other questions?
So I just wanted
one
to.
more comment.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mark.
I want to hear Shane.
Okay. I think the projection enrollment
I lost you, Shane.
bond that we're going to be okay in terms of facilities. We're going to need to look in the future at adding additional schools, but we're okay in the interim, especially with the adjustments in enrollment that the pandemic has caused. So I think it just some further evidence that the board made a wise decision.
Okay, I don't know how to raise my hand or something, but I'll just do it like that. How's that? I can't find a raise my hand button on here. There is in Zoom, but I can't find it on WebEx. So here's my idea for the board just to consider thinking about. And what I'm trying to think of is what long-term strategy can we use given these enrollment projections? And one thing that does occur to me is that I have wanted to get away from having to do bonds and rely on them so much. And I think that possibly this decline in growth might be an opportunity for the board to go for tax increments and to get a more stable funding mechanism, particularly in view of what might be happening long term. So even though we are not expecting to see as much growth district-wide, I'm guessing we'll continue to see more growth out west and need to do something out there. And it's going to be more and more difficult to do bonds that have to be supported by the whole district when growth is just in one area. So it seems to me like one thing that we might want to think about in the budget process is maybe building in some tax increments that would allow us to prepare for that time and be able to deal with it more effectively.
I've watched discussions and I've attended a lot of meetings and heard from a lot of people, and stability in the tax rate is important. avoiding bumps up and down and up and down. That gets people nervous about how much their tax might be. We're talking about property tax, of course, but as bonds get paid off, you can maintain a level tax request by adjusting the tax rate to make up for a reduced payment or on an old bond. So you can do that. And in the past, we've been bonding partly for growing areas to build a new school, and we've been bonding to replace the really old schools, and we've made really good progress on both of those. Not that we're done with either, but we have made good progress on it, and there are things to do as we move forward. We still have a lot of old schools that need to be addressed. Part of that, as we've started discussing, is about a consolidation of old schools and not rebuilding one, or it's rebuilding one in replace of two, like the example of Centennial replacing two old schools. Both are options to be considered in how you address the needs of the old schools. In my mind, the key is to make sure we build where it's really needed, and avoid overbuilding, and avoid having long-term situations where students are in buildings that are extremely old, with challenges that may not be up to the standards that we want to have for each of our schools. Any other thoughts on those questions?
I'm just a little unsure, Mark. How does a tax increment increase still taxes everyone to pay for growth in one area? How is that different?
I guess the thing I was thinking about is, again, as Scott was mentioning, it allows you to have kind of a stable tax rate. And you don't have to, when you go out for a bond, it's a whole different thing than passing a tax increment. You have to go with a huge campaign, and if you've seen with Provo when their bond didn't pass, there can be emotions between different groups, and you don't get nearly that kind of emotion, in my observation, from a tax increment. And so I guess that was the biggest, just thing I wanted to talk about as a board is, possibly if we do see this trend that we've been projecting come to pass, that, possibly we could even go to building the new buildings that we need just off of our capital fund without having to go to bonds, which I would feel a lot more comfortable with.
One example that I want to hope we avoid, and I'm not really trying to point fingers, but it's a pretty public example. Our county government delayed or refused to adjust their tax rate for at least a couple decades, and when the time came, they finally couldn't keep up. The tax increase was substantial. When they announced about a year or so ago that they were going to have a 100% tax increase in their property tax rate, that was a huge shock to all of the residents of the communities all throughout the whole county. And yeah, they adjusted and didn't do 100%, and I think it was 66% increase, but still a substantial change to the tax rate. And I hope we don't see massive tax increases in the future just because we refuse to ask for $5 more each year over a number of years. So one of the things that I'll just say I've liked about Mark, you shared your concerns about bonds. There are some things I've liked about it. As we've been in a high growing situation, especially an area or a condition where the north and west portion of the district was growing much more rapidly. When we filed a bond and everybody voted for the bond, right? We draw on the bond in year one, and we pay it off over the next 10 to 20 years, depending on the circumstances, and that allowed people who had not yet moved in those growing areas. It allowed those new families to pay for the bond that built the school that their children were attending. And we've had discussions about the needs for impact fees, where growing areas would contribute a larger share for a school that was built to accommodate their growth. That's a longer term discussion and requires a legislative action. In the interim, we dealt with that concept by having a bond where families that moved in would still get a chance to pay into that bond. And that has been valuable as we've had several of the bonds there for the last couple of decades. They have been paid off much faster than the original expectation because of the growth that came in and those additional residents that were paying for the schools that their children were now attending because of that bond situation. So under the right circumstances, especially given low interest rates like under 2% that we've been getting recently, it's been a good decision for us to have used bond money for those schools, and I've appreciated that direction. If the circumstances change, then it's time for a new discussion. And it does look like there are changes that are happening, and these discussions are good to have. So I don't know if we have anybody else that'd like to make a comment. Julie, go for it.
Sorry. I have to make sure Amber is muting her thing since we're sitting in the same room. So, Mark, shockingly, I'm going to disagree with you about tax increments. Here's my big concern about bonding versus tax increments is that right now about one tax increment is $4.5 million. And when it costs $80 million to build a high school, it is really, really hard to build a high school without a bond. And so I know that you and I are just like diametrically opposed when it comes to this, but I do just want to clarify that. And the other issue I have with tax increments is that you have 7 people increasing taxes without the voice of the voter. So while I totally agree with you that I would like to not bond and not have that debt, I think until we're able to move the needle a little bit more, bonding is going to be just a reality that we're going to face, especially as we're seeing the needs, as we're looking at some of these enrollment projections for another middle school, another high school, because of the huge price tags associated with those. For us to increase the tax increments enough to pay for buildings to that extent would be a heavy, heavy burden on our taxpayers. So, I adore you, Mark. I'm just going to throw in that you haven't convinced me to vote for a tax increment yet.
Awesome discussions to have, isn't it? So, alrighty, let's go ahead and take a break. 6 o'clock, we'll get back on the online meeting for the regular board meeting. Look forward to seeing you then. See you in about, I've got 28 minutes. Guys, Amber and Sarah. Welcome to our November 24 Board of Education meeting. We wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and hope that you're going to make wise and safe choices as you stay healthy. We'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance and our reverence. Kindergarten class from Highland Elementary has prepared a little video to help us with that, and David has that prepared to show us. This is from Gay Beck's kindergarten class at Highland Elementary, and then Gay Beck will give the reverence at the end of that. David, we'll turn it to you.
We will be doing the pledge, and please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
My name is Mrs. Beck, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Highland Elementary. And I feel so filled with gratitude to be able to come to work every day and to be able to see those sweet little kindergartners line up and to think about the possibilities of the day ahead of us. I'm so grateful for the administration that I work with at Highland, for the parents and their never-ending support to help their children and to help us as teachers. And I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. That was fantastic. We appreciate the little kindergarten class and their enthusiasm. Great to see them. Next item is some recognitions. We've had many winners. We'll start with some recognitions read by Amber Bonner, and David prepared some photos to share on those as she reads through those. So Amber can go first, then I'll go second, and then Sarah Beeson.
Okay, well, I'm excited to get to tell you about some state champions that we have at Lone Peak High School. So first on, we have the Lone Peak High School volleyball team. They are the 6A state champions for this year, and led by Coach Reed Carlson. Lone Peak beat Copper Hills in the 2020 state tournament held on November 7th. Last year, Lone Peak was knocked out of the playoffs by Copper Hills, so this year's victory was extra sweet. Congratulations to the team and to their coach. The following are members of that team. We have Elle Andrus, Greta Brown, KJ Burgess, Zoe Burgess, Emma Downer, Grace Evans, Hadley Gant, Hannah Hawkins, Emmeline Hudson, Lauren Jardine, Kalia Kohler, Devin Nefo, Messina Perez, Camille Pugh, Ashlyn Reed, Sydney Steele, Kinley Swan, Annie Taylor, Trinity Tien, Jada Tupea, Kelsey Valgardson, and then Coach Reed Carlson. It's weird to not have applause. I guess applause. So congratulations, ladies. Second, we have the Lone Peak High School 6A Boys Golf State Champions. They were led by Coach Chad Christofferson. They won their third state title on October 6th, beating out Davis High School. So congratulations to the team and their coach. And the members of that team are Kale Abbott, Quinton Abbott, Jackson Allen, Jack Arnold, Brandon Ashworth, Tanner Ashworth, Samuel Bennett, Grant Christofferson, Brady Copeland, Rio Harris, Colin Hayes, Benson Holmes, Cooper Jones, Evan Lawrence, Cole Loveland, Trevor Lund, Austin Philippi, Ryan Philippi, Parker Reese, Joseph Rogers, Jackson Rooker, Preston Smithson, and Jason Stewart. And then again, Coach Chad Christofferson. Congratulations, boys. So the third one that I have for tonight is the girls cross country team led by Coach Courtney Meldrum, and they are also our 6A champions this year. So the girls cross country team won the state championship on October 23rd. Eliza Arrington won first place, followed by several top finishing teammates. So congratulations to the team and their coach. So team members for this are Alice Alcorn, Lindsay Anderson, Eliza Arrington, again, was the first place state champion, Salem Arrington, Hannah Bartholomew, Sage Barton, Kate Batista, Michaela Beck, Kirsten Bogus, Camilla Bradshaw, Rosalind Bunker, Cambria Bybee, Caitlin Bybee, Emily Chatfield, Janie Chatfield, Ella Cheney, Ava Clark, Margaret Clark, Shay Conroy, Sadie Dawson, Rachel Edwards, Amelia Erickson, Kiara Erickson, Kennedy Gardner, Reagan Gardner, Brooke Greenwood, China Hartle, Catherine Hatch, Emmy Hillstead, Mara Holmes, Caitlin Hughes, Brianne Knorr, Addison Lenhoff, Eliza Mason, Morgan Mason, Riley Merrill, Sarah Merrill, Ariana Mihu, Natasha Mila, Nicola Mila, Eleanor Myers, Kristen Navarez, Grace Peeler, Katie Rands, Grace Reynolds, Dylan Riggs, Taylor Rohentinsky, Anna Scholes, Camille Savali, Mary Shields, Carrie-Ann Skidmore, Lindsay Skidmore, Caitlin Strong, Sage Sunderlage, Melissa Terry, Jane Tu, Catherine Tu, Sophia Thorson, Paige Topham, Helena Ubel, Andrea West, Sarah Witt, and then Coach Courtney Meldrum. Congratulations, ladies, for a great season.
Well done. From the Sky Ridge area, wanted to recognize the Sky Ridge High School 6A cross country state champions, led by Coach Jamie Alvizio. Sky Ridge beat American Fork, who has held the title for the past 11 years. Well done, American Fork. So in this 2020 state meet, this was held on October 20th. This is Sky Ridge's first state championship in this sport. We congratulate the team and their coach. The team members were Jaron Barfus, Cade Hansen, Seth Jar, Creed Thompson, Davin Thompson, Seth Walgren, Errol Yellowhair, and our coach, Jamie Alviso. Congratulations to the Sky Ridge cross country team. Next, I want to recognize the Sky Ridge High School 6A girls tennis state champions. The tennis team is led by Coach Lindsay Rosthorn, And on October 10th, Skyridge claimed their first title of state tennis champions with a win over the reigning champions, Lone Peak. Congratulations to their team and to their coach. Team members, Peyton Carroll, Jaya Clough. She also received third in singles in the state championship. And Lucy Drube, second singles state champion. And Savannah Johnson, Cassie Schmidt, Holly Schmidt, Kylie Sperry, and their coach again, Lindsay Rosthorn. Congratulations to those girls. Well done. Sarah.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations, everybody. And it's my privilege tonight to talk about the American Fork High School National Cross Country Champions. Let me say that again. It wasn't state, it's national champions. Led by their coach, Timo Moster, AFHS claimed the national title at the Running Lane Cross Country Championships in Huntsville, Alabama. The course was 5,000 meters long, and the team time of 75:05 is a low altitude school record. So congratulations to the team and Coach Moster. The team consisted of Cooper Dibb, Jaden Fitzgerald, Nate Hess, and Nate Jaster, who is also, by the way, the 6A individual state champion. Samuel Nelson, Braden Packard, Lucas Peck, and of course, again, with their coach, Timo Moster. Congratulations, American Fork High School Cross Country.
Well done to all of those teams. It's great to see not only do our teams do so well and get the state championships and other recognitions, but they compete against each other. And that's great that our district produces several of the top teams in our state in many of the sports, if not all of the sports. So I think all of them. Maybe I don't have the data to back that up, but proud of all of those students and for the many adults in the process of supporting them. Next item is our community comments. Board members have been provided comments from individuals who have written their comments in and sent those in. In addition, we've received a lot of emails the last couple of weeks. In a quick summary, I'd say we've received a lot of emails from teachers, sign of appreciation for the distance learning on Wednesdays. That, by the way, that will have there'll be a survey that'll be sent out to the teachers, asking across the board on those teachers if they want to continue that option and what they thought on the Wednesday distance learning. So that'll be coming in not that long time. We also received, like normal, lots of emails regarding COVID, both from people requesting more restrictions and from people requesting less restrictions. We also received a lot of emails from families throughout both the north and the south end of Lehigh, from the Dry Creek Elementary families and from Eagle Crest Elementary families. Generally, those requests were from those families that sent emails were to keep their school together and send them to their closest junior high as a group rather than dividing those two schools. We'd also received at least 2 emails from Lehigh junior teachers expressing a desire that they have more students come. They wanted to make sure that there was enough students at their school to provide all of the opportunities and programs that they're accustomed to having. So that's just maybe a quick summary of some of the main comments we've received in the last few weeks. I think that covers it. If you just, there's only a couple emails, maybe one on the public comments for today. But maybe others will come in throughout the meeting. We encourage you to read those periodically as they come through. Next item, minutes from the last month. So you received in your packet the minutes for the last meetings. We'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
I'll move to approve the minutes for last month.
So
I second it.
So that was a motion from Amber and a second from Sarah Hackett to approve the minutes from last month. Any discussion on those minutes? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes then, unanimous. Next, the claims from last month. Superintendent.
You have received the claims that are contained in your packet, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you. We'll entertain a motion to accept the claims from last month.
I move that we accept the claims.
I second.
Motion from Mark, second from Ada. Any discussion on that motion? If not, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Next, the routine business. Superintendent Jarman.
There are 4 different items in routine business, and I would recommend your approval of each of those items.
Thank you. We'll entertain a motion to approve the items in routine business.
I'll move to approve our routine business for this month.
Thank you, Amber.
I'll second it.
Second by Julie. So a motion from Amber, second by Julie to approve the routine business items. Any discussion on those? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. Next, action item for the boundary for the middle school in North Lehigh. Superintendent Jarman.
I'd like to invite Jeff Schoonover to be active on the screen, as well as Aaron. If Aaron Barth is with us, I think it would be good to have Aaron join us on the screen as well. Thank you, Aaron, for being with us. Jeff is going to talk to you about the action item for the boundary of the new middle school in Lehigh area. So, Jeff, we'll let you take it from here.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. The staff and the boundary committee would like to thank the board and the public for their input on the boundaries for the new middle school. We had surveys and an open house, several open houses. Based on that feedback, we have changed our proposal, and we'd like to recommend to the board that option D, which we talked about last month, which would keep all of the Dry Creek and all of the Eagle Crest students together, attending their same junior high middle schools, be approved as the boundary for the new middle school. So that's what we would like to propose today. And David Stevenson, I appreciate us put that up for you to look at.
Thank you, David. We'll entertain a motion regarding the boundaries for the new middle school.
I move that we accept option D as the boundary for the new middle school in Lehigh.
Thank you. That sounded like that was Julie.
It was.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
That looked like Amber. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the recommended boundaries for the new middle school in Lehigh. This is option D, D as in dog. That was included in your packet, and is the same as option D that was presented 2 weeks ago. Is there any discussion about the motion? Mark.
So I wondered if you could tell us some more about the email you received requesting the Lehigh Junior stay bigger, or maybe your thoughts on that, Scott.
Yeah, so I had 2 teachers send emails. Both of them were concerned that if the school numbers were too low, that might make it more difficult to offer some of the programs that they're accustomed to providing. I think the option D projects somewhere close to 1,100 students at Lehigh Junior. They've been accustomed to 12 to 1,300. What do we got? Is that 1186?
Yeah,
1186. Yeah. So at 1186, they've been accustomed to 1,300. A few years ago, they were at nearly 1,500. So that was really the concern: is would they have teachers that they were friends with that would move on? Would there be enough jobs for the teachers that were there if we reduce the number of students? And would they be able to have all of the programs that they're accustomed to providing? They were at the same time as they shared their concern. They were also grateful to have ninth graders come back. They felt like that added an element of strength to their school. They were pleased to include ninth graders again. I know that over the last several years, the ninth grade families have loved attending at Skyridge, and I've told you before. Back in 2015, as preparing for that, and I had concerns about would ninth graders be okay at the high school, and the principal assured me that not only would he make it so good for them that they wouldn't suffer at all, but he said it would be hard to get them to be back at the ninth grade at the junior highs, because they'll like it so much. And I do think that has happened. So this is a change. It's a change they've known it's been coming for several years. It was always intended that the ninth grade in the high school would be temporary here based on the space available. So anyway, I'm just saying that those teachers were excited to have them back, and they'll make it great there at the junior highs as well. To have those ninth graders do just fine. So I guess that was the general thoughts that we got from those teachers.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on that?
So Scott, I'll just make the comment. I know I've talked to several Dry Creek parents about this, but I guess I just kind of want it on public record as well, that while we're moving Dry Creek in its entirety together, the dynamic and I think the understanding is that when Dry Creek is split with a new elementary being built, that then the secondary schools would kind of change and alter based on the boundaries for the new elementary school for those who would attend potentially a different school that helps offset Dry Creek. So I just wanted to make sure that I articulated that in a public meeting, that the anticipation is that those secondary dynamics will change with the potential building of a new elementary school in the future.
Thank you. I think that's a fair point. That's expected that could happen. I wouldn't guarantee anything until we get to the day of. Conditions could be different. So I know there's some expectation of where another elementary might be built, simply given that the district owns property. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's where it's going to be, and so even though there's a presumption regarding how a school might split or where a new school might be, I think we hold any predetermined notions until the day that is really coming. So, but I appreciate that comment. Sam.
Yes, I wanted to give Aaron an opportunity to share his thoughts about what the recommendation is for the board.
Fantastic. Aaron Barth is the principal in the new middle school to the north. That's the one we're talking about. So, Principal Barth.
Thank you, President Carlson. I'm excited that we're this close to a boundary. it does have my school opening at 1660, which is, it's going to be a big school, but it's going to be an exciting challenge, and we'll make it work, and we'll get those students some of the best education they're going to get in Lehigh, because every school in Lehigh is amazing, and we're gonna continue to support these students at every level. It doesn't matter if they're at Willow Creek, Lehigh Junior, or the new school. We're going to make sure that they're well taken care of.
Thank you, Principal. I think that probably summarizes the most common feedback and comments we receive, especially related to boundary adjustments, is that families love the school they're going to, move somebody else. It really, we wouldn't have it any other way. We're glad that families love attending where they're at, and we're also glad for the excitement that comes from opening a new school and those who will be attending the new school there. Any other comments? Ada.
Well, my husband and I had a fun afternoon driving around Lehigh this afternoon, and it was very fun I wanted to see the sites and just know what I was voting for tonight. And from all the data, Lehigh does have a smaller footprint with a very sizable portable set of classrooms there. So I hope that this gives them some needed leeway to grow into. And Aaron, we have every confidence in you in this, a big school, but we also know, according to our enrollment report, that we are kind of going through a bubble in our junior high school enrollment, that it won't get it intense. It will grow, but it will be manageable. So that's why I'm voting in affirmative tonight.
Thank you, Ada. I know you use the traditional term of portable. I think once that building's been there for a couple of decades, it's not deemed portable anymore. That set of classrooms out in front of the school has been a great addition to Lehigh Junior. So, all right. Any other comments? Okay, if not, we have a motion to approve option D as the boundary for the Lehigh Middle School and the adjustments to the other junior highs, middle schools, as well as an adjustment in the Skyridge boundary, that area, including Liberty, feeding them to Skyridge. That's also part of that option D adjustment. So that's the motion we have. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Principal Barth. You've got a boundary. Next, discussion / action item. Schools closed to out of area requests. Superintendent Jarman.
If you look at your list of schools that are being recommended, we have changed them from last time when we met. Just wanted to remind you of that change. And Jeff, are you going to be the spokesperson for that as well?
Yes, that would, if I could, that would be great.
Awesome. Would you go ahead then and share with the board the thoughts that we had in making a change to what was presented to them 2 weeks ago?
You bet. Thanks, Superintendent. So the staff would like to recommend to the board for your consideration that next school year, Lone Peak High School, American Fork Junior High School, and then now the new middle school in Lehigh would be the closed schools for boundaries next year.
Thank you. Will you remind everybody which ones used to be on the list and are no longer on the list?
You bet. We did not have Skyridge, so we had Skyridge was a closed school, but now with the adjustments with the new middle school boundaries that you proposed today, the 9th graders coming out, we feel like that Skyridge could now be an open middle school. an open high school. And then the middle school is built for capacity around 1650. And so we now would like to make that adjustment, seeing that that's where they're going to start. We would like to make that a closed middle school.
Sounds great. And again, Lehigh Junior, which is got plenty of capacity, would love to invite anybody who wishes to request that out of area to come to Lehigh Junior. It's a great school, and if you live close to that, if you want to come there, just come over to the school and fill out the forms, and we'll be excited to have you. So the recommendation is for closing to out of area requests for Lone Peak High School, American Fork Junior High, and the new middle school in North Lehigh. I will entertain, or I guess a discussion and action. So if you wish to make a motion, you can. If you'd like to discuss it first, you're welcome to do that.
I'd like to move that we close the 3 schools that you just mentioned.
Okay, motion seconded by Mark. Any discussion on the motion? Maybe I'll just say I think it's a great recommendation, and I think that given this particular boundary adjustment, that having Sky Ridge open and having the new Lehigh middle school closed, I think that's a great choice. I think it'll help stabilize that area and the enrollment in those areas. So, and it provides opportunity for those who wish, where there's capacity for them to attend. So, I think it's a great choice. Any other comments from board? If not, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. Next item is an updated 2021 board meeting schedule. Superintendent.
We appreciate the effort and work that our administrative assistant, Rhonda Mortensen, puts into helping organize and plan things out for us. And I would recommend that you discuss
Swearing new board members and elect them.
I would recommend that you would discuss, and then if you feel comfortable with the proposed meeting schedule, that you would take action and approve that schedule for 2021.
Thank you. Amber, it sounded like you might have had a discussion comment.
I just hadn't realized that we'd added a meeting on January 5th, and so I was surprised.
There's the change.
I'm realizing now that that's the change. So sorry.
You got it. Yes, that's the change, and the intent would be to allow the 3 board members who were elected this year to be sworn in at the beginning of January. So that'll be that meeting.
Awesome. I move to approve the updated board meeting schedule.
Thank you. Motion from Amber Bonner. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Julie King. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Next, policy number 3059, the board review and approval for expenditures outside of the annual budget. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Carlson. I'd like to invite Kimberly Bird to join us now on screen. And Kimberly has worked well with our the policy review committee members, and we've gone through several iterations of this policy, and I'd like her to take you through the recommendation and discussion tonight. Kimberly?
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. David is driving the technology ship, as always. I appreciate him, and I love working with David and our Policy Review Committee. Let me give you a little bit of background on this policy. In 2004, it was revised, and it was written in '86. So as you can imagine, 16 years later, it's about time that we review our work for the board approving expenditures. In the past, as I mentioned, about 16 years ago when it was reviewed, it was specifically a short policy for board approval of capital expenditures. As we continue to grow as a district and our budget, as Rob and his team shared last board meeting, our CAFR, you can see how quite large and robust and intense our budget is, both with capital and maintenance and operations. So we decided as a committee, after lots of input from really all board members, which we're appreciative of, we have made a more robust policy that kind of takes into account our budget process for expenditures, both with capital and maintenance and operations. So we decided to make a recommendation to change the title of the policy to board review and approval for expenditures outside the annual budget. Now, the reason why we're asking for this is because annually we approve a budget, a very large budget, but as you can see, even with enrollment, there are minor adjustments that need to take place, either because of enrollment or because of budget dollars, needs that come about, emergency needs, whatever it is. There are needs at times that we make adjustments to our annual allocation of dollars. And what we're asking as a board in the board's policy is to make sure that we have oversight and have a balance of how we do things. What are the checks and balances here? So I'd like to read the policy with the revisions in red. And then just this week, you can see that we've even made one more line just to be a little bit more clear. And after I'm done reading it, I'll leave it open for questions or comments, or maybe some of the policy committee members, Sarah, and Ada, want to chime in. Okay, statement of policy. In order to maintain the integrity of the budget process and ensure consistent oversight, it shall be the policy of the Board of Education to review and approve any unanticipated capital and/or maintenance and operation expenditure or reappropriation of funds from one budget category to another totaling $50,000 or more. Any such item not included in the annual budget process shall be submitted by the superintendent to the board for review and approval prior to the funding allocation. Now, you have a board practice of how the superintendent brings things to the board. We have things set up in practice, like our Tuesday morning meetings, those sorts of things. So that's kind of the process that it would take. But this is the official general policy statement that we have come up with. And now we're open to whatever questions you might have or comments.
Are there any questions or comments, or maybe input from committee members?
Well, it's this policy kind of went back and forth, and I'm happy to report we have had a lot of board input this time around on this particular policy. But we feel confident that we have the appropriate oversight, and that after everything we've been through, we feel like this is a very, very good policy, and it's ready for approval.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other comments? Ada.
I did want to acknowledge just how wonderful, we have a wonderful finance team, and they do an excellent job. And this policy is not a reflection on their work, because they have kept us in the green and just looking really good every year. So this is not an expression of any kind of lack of trust. This is actually something to help the board and all of us really be more focused on our goals, because we do want to make sure that we revisit the budget process when we have funds. Sometimes we have funds become available. Other times we have a specific need that really needs to be filled on an emergency basis. But the intent of this is to allow that to happen in such a way that the board is aware in our responsibility of oversight. So that's the intent. My question would be, is there any discussion on the $50,000 amount? I think that's kind of on the low end of the discussion, the lowest actually. And just wanted to know if there was any input from anyone on that or comments from our finance team.
I just want to thank everybody who's worked on this policy because it seems like it's been quite the back and forth and discussion. So I appreciate the policy team and Kimberly and all of their work. I know Rob has weighed in on it several times, and I just appreciate everybody coming together and helping us figure out exactly what we were looking for here. So I'm comfortable with the $50,000 number, or I'm comfortable raising it somewhat. So I'm really happy with either. I think this may be something that we'll need to put into practice and then tweak it, you know, when we've had it for a couple of months and see, you know, what's going on and how that's affecting our purchasing department and stuff like that. So I'm happy to raise it slightly now, or to just let it work for a little bit and see what happens. So I think either is a good option.
I want to thank Amber, especially because she's done some research about other districts and that they also, many of them have policies like this, and we did not. And so thank you, Amber, for your research.
Fantastic.
Who would have thought that 2 sentences, though? Who would have thought 2 sentences would have taken this long?
I do want to thank you guys. I know this is something that we talked about even back in June, about coming up with some dynamics with like altering the budget process and kind of cleaning up some things and making it a little tighter. And I know this one's kind of gone the rounds with everyone, and I feel like we've really nailed it. I know we've talked about changing like a word here or a word there, and I think it's great. I'm fine with the 50,000 as is. We can always come back and amend it accordingly, but in conversations with Rob and some of our business people, it seems like that number is doable and okay. And so I think that considering how many times this has kind of gone through, I'm comfortable leaving it as is and then adjusting or amending as needed.
I did have a comment. It just flew out of my head. Let's see, the $50,000 question. I think I guess I wanted a comment from Rob, but he's been consulted a lot on this. Oh, I know what it was, and that is, I just wanted our public to know that in our board documents every month, for at least more than the past year, Rob and his team have included a list of changes. So it's not like the board has not been informed about these changes that happen, but this puts it so that it's prior rather than after the fact.
Sounds great.
Scott,
Been a great discussion.
Okay, I just add a comment.
Oh, you absolutely go for it.
Just want to say thank you to the. Am I on? Just want to say thank you to the board. We reviewed this as a business team, and I appreciate Steve Reese working with our purchasing department, Craig Brinkerhoff and his team, to give feedback. I agree with the comments the board has made. Let's implement, and then if there are modifications or adjustments as we start providing that information to you, we'll bring back a recommendation to make a change. But this is a good policy, good balance of oversight, and I think a really strong collaborative effort led by Kimberly and David and our policy review committee. So we're very supportive.
Thank you. I appreciate the work of the committee. All of our committees provide an opportunity for board members to really dig in and research in their 3-person groups generally on our committees. And we appreciate the staff that helps and supports and guides through that as well. So well done, everybody. If you wish, we'll entertain a motion to approve the updated policy 3059.
I move that we accept policy 3059 as written.
I'll second that.
think we got a motion from Julie and a second from Sarah Beeson. Is that accurate? Yep. Okay. So the motion from Julie, any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor of approving policy 3059, the board review and approval for expenditures outside the annual budget, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Mute again.
Next, discussion / action item, the ASD at-risk definition. Superintendent.
We have invited Valen Thomas, Dr. Valen Thomas, to be with us this evening. Valen, being one of the administrators who is over the curriculum department and ed services, one of his assignments is to work on one of the major grants that we receive from the state. And so that being said, one of the requirements that we have is to have a definition of what at-risk means. And I think I'll stop there and let Valen now do some explaining and have some discussion with you. He does such a great job for us in ed services and leads out over many, many different things. But this is one of those large grants that Valen is in charge of. I appreciate his help. And so Valen, would you go ahead and share with the board what you wanted to share with them tonight and had prepared?
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. David, I don't know if you can put up, I know it's in the packet of information for the board, but just that part about the EARS grant. And that stands for Enhancement for At-Risk Students is basically what that acronym stands for. And for years, we have operated under there's a definition for at-risk that the state has that you can default to as a district, or a school board may adopt their own. And we've been encouraged over the last couple years to look at adopting our own, mainly because it is, by going with the state's definition, we kind of pigeonhole ourselves into a place where we can't really use the funds for what we need them for in our particular district. By coming up with our own board approved definition of at-risk, which David has here, if you can just scroll down to the red, David, that'd be great. This allows us to do it at our level, do it targeted at what we want to target with our vision for learning, and allows us more flexibility. So it really takes us out of trying to fit a square peg into a round hole with the state's definition. But by board rule, a state board rule, we're able to allow our board to decide what that definition is. And so what we have before you is this recommendation that we ran through our directors that were in ed services, as well as through our leadership team, and then through to the curriculum committee, the board's curriculum committee. But we'd like to ask if that could be approved tonight, and we'll make that a part of our grant. And this grant, as you see in this document that's been attached, it's $3.6 million. It supports what we're trying to do for kids at risk. This goes from our and then in our high schools with our East Shore hubs, as well as credit recovery that is done through student advocates. And then a huge piece of that is also to make sure that that we receive Title I monies, but Title I monies really are just for those schools with those designations that have certain requirements there. But we, because of the EARS money, we're able to make sure that our students who are designated as our English learners across the district have the funding they need for the supports they need in those buildings and in those schools. So it's pretty comprehensive. It's all embedded into our vision for learning. And this new definition will allow us some flexibility to target what we're trying to chase here in Alpine. So any questions on that, I'm happy to entertain those.
Thank you. And remind me, I think you said this was first reviewed in the curriculum committee?
Yes, it was.
Maybe we'll give a minute if any of the members of the curriculum committee have a comment first, and then we'll open it for any other board members.
I can just say I support this because I think it allows us to get at some root causes of academic failure. And I think it will open up additional pathways for attacking the problem of academic success. So I support this definition.
Thank you, Ada. Any other comments from board members or discussion or questions or?
I just appreciate that, Valen, I felt like you targeted some issues as well as leaving the definition broad enough to give services to a variety of students. So I appreciate the fact that you took care to make sure that students who might not fit into one category would potentially fit into another. So I appreciate how aware you were of specific needs of students and making sure that they could qualify under this. So thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I have a quick one. I'm supportive of this definition, but I'm just wondering, how does it differ from the previous definition we were using?
The state's definition really targets just, you have to use like state measures or the state testing to basically prove the success or failure of whatever you were doing. This allows us to use other measures that we aren't allowed to use by the definition that the state kind of puts out there.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
I think this definition is both more flexible and more specific than the state definition.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, or if you wish, somebody could make a motion.
I move that we accept the at-risk definition.
Thanks. Motion from Julie. Is there a second?
I second that.
Second by Mark. Any discussion on the motion? Ada.
I just have one more comment, and that is that really, as far as I know, the only place for us to put this kind of a decision is to put it into policy. And we may come back and find a spot for this in our policy, at which point we'll need to tweak our policy to include this definition. So I just thank Valen for bringing it up, and we'll approve it tonight, but there may be some policy tweaking in the future.
Sounds great. Thanks for reminding us of that. Any other comments on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. Next, my other screen dropped off. I think it's we're ready for the boundary discussions on the two upcoming elementary schools. Superintendent, we'll turn some time to you and to your team.
Thank you. Grateful to have, like you said, a wonderful team, and another member of that team is Dr. John Patton, Assistant Superintendent over the K-6 schools. John has worked many boundary discussions, and I consider him one of our experts as well. And so, John, would you please take the board through both of these discussion items about boundaries for the two new elementary schools that are being built?
You bet. Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, everyone. I sent to you over an email, and you probably saw it in the cabinet minutes, some maps that are the result or the work of two boundary committees. As you know, we're opening two new elementary schools in 2021, one in Vineyard and one in the South Saratoga Springs area. And tonight we have it on as a discussion item for you to just be able to see where we are in that boundary process. And where we are, I'll just remind you from the boundary timeline that you received before we got started on this, is we have convened 2 boundary committees with school and district staff, with transportation, with our budget team, and city planner in each case, where we take a look at where it would make the most sense to draw boundary lines. And at this point in the process, with both of those new elementary schools, the boundary committees have met. We've had 2 meetings that were scheduled. The second one we didn't really have for the Vineyard area because that came together pretty well. But the boundary committee for the South Saratoga School feels that there are 2 options that are equally viable. Each one has slightly different features. You might notice that with that option number 1, the least change is involved with that one, meaning that most of the folks will at Saratoga Shores and at Springside will remain at their respective schools. So it will put a little pressure on the Springside boundary before too long, and that's where we would probably see the next school coming to relieve that school. And in option number 2, what that accomplishes is it really creates more of a Redwood Road is more of a dividing line between boundaries. So no longer do you have Springside crossing the road, crossing Redwood Road, and the same can be said of Saratoga Shores. And the pressure there will be at Sage Hills, and we would need to watch that closely over the next few years to see if we feel an increased pressure there with some new development that's coming in, or if that school begins to age out a little bit. The reason why, and maybe I'll just mention this for those who might be watching from the public and are interested and may come from these areas, the reason why these maps are not included in the public documents is because at this point in the process, we have not yet had a chance to have the principals share out the video that we will put together with all the explanation and the maps. So when we return from Thanksgiving break next week on the 3rd of December, the principals in all of these school areas that are affected will be emailing all of their parents and all of their employees with a video message that explains the whole process, the options, and how they can give input. So that's what's to come. So that's just a recap on the Saratoga Shores, and like I mentioned, in the Vineyard area, it really made sense to draw that line right down Center Street. It's almost equidistant between the 2 schools, and as we looked at our projected student enrollment in those 2 areas, it balances out the schools very, very nicely. And so we would like to just entertain any discussion, any questions or answers. Derek Farnes from Transportation said that he would be available if we needed to ask anything specific to transportation. But we're hoping that following tonight, the next thing that would be done is, like I said, December 3rd, sharing out the information. We do have some virtual meetings scheduled with the school community council, the PTA president, the SCC chair of each of the schools involved, and then we would have the parent survey open from December 10th to 18th.
Mark,
yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify. It looks like you're moving the boundary for Aspen down to the Vineyard connector. Is that correct?
Oh, thanks for bringing that up, Mark. Yeah, thank you. This was, if you saw in cabinet minutes, this was something that the cabinet recommended beyond what the boundary committee had come up with. We were really just looking at the whole current Vineyard boundary and splitting that. But the thought there was Aspen is a smaller school. It will lose some enrollment after the Chinese immersion ages out. They're just in 5th and 6th grades now, so that will bring that down a little bit. There, above the Vineyard Connector or 800 North, west of the freeway, there are no students living there now, but there has been some residential development approved for the area, and we wanted to capture some future growth for Aspen that will certainly be able to accommodate it. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I was also wondering about the little chunk on the other side of the freeway. It looks like it's boundary to Aspen, even though it's south of the Bonneville boundaries. I just wonder if you could explain that.
I wish I could, Mark. That's something that's been there for a long, long time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been there for a very long time. We think to probably just balance out populations and bring them up to Aspen. And that little area is definitely something to watch, especially given the impact of possible school consolidations in that area. It may come a time that the school that is closer to that little chunk will need and welcome that enrollment. But yeah, it's been there for a long time.
Mark, you need to know that I lived in that neighborhood when I was going into 1st grade, and we were bused to Aspen when Aspen opened in 1st grade. So it's been longer than I want to admit out loud.
Yeah.
So
from the start of Aspen.
Yeah, right since Aspen opened.
John, I did have one question I wanted to, well, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the projections for option 1 versus option 2, Saratoga Shores has an ALL program. Was that figured into the projections because some of those kids come from out of bounds to attend that program? Was that considered in the projections, the enrollment projections?
Yes.
It was. Okay. And then the other question I had, I think when we do meetings with parents, this is just like a personal opinion. It would be super helpful to be able to say like how many kids are in each block. For example, like the section on the east side of Redwood that's south of Centennial Boulevard, that section that goes to Saratoga Shores, that also has like a different option for option 2. To be able to say like how many kids are in that specific area. Same thing with like areas like Hawks Landing, just to be able to know how many students are in each of those kind of pockets as we have discussions, because I think the numbers might help parents better understand why the options being presented are the ones that are being presented forward. And then I do have a question for Derek. Between option 1 and option 2, if that would increase or decrease busing based on those different options with what they are currently.
Between option 1 and option 2, there, compared to what it is currently, there would be some additional buses going to the new elementary that right now the Hawks Landing area is, or Hawks Estates is currently a walking area to Sage Hills. And that would be in either option 1 or in option 2. Most of the other areas, I'm sorry, Summerhill, compared to right now, Summerhill is bused to Springside. Summerhill is that southeast corner of the lower portion of the current Springside boundary, that in option 1 would be pulled to Sage Hills, where the rest of that Springside area would remain at Springside. Where they're receiving transportation right now to Springside, that would decrease the busing in either of these options because those students would be in the walking distance. That's essentially where the 1.5 miles is. It's not perfect on those straight lines, but it's essentially the area where the 1.5 miles is. So the other area that's in option 1 is still blue and going to Springside, but is red and going to Sage Hills. So Jacob's Ranch is the area I'm referring to. That would receive busing, but it receives busing currently. It would receive busing in either option 1 or 2. There is some decrease down by the new elementary school on the east side of Redwood Road where there's safe walking routes. So I realize I'm hitting a lot of different areas all at once, Julie, sorry. But overall, the option 1 versus option 2 would not have an increase or decrease between the two options. There would be no significant, if there is any increase or decrease, just because of where safe route or safe walking routes exist or don't exist, as well as where the students are already within or outside of the 1.5 miles to the school.
Basically, it's going to be a net zero, because even if we're now busing kids in one area, they would be walkers in a, then there's going to be walkers in a different area that had previously been bused. So it's going to zero out. Is that correct?
Some of it, there's, I'm not going to say it's going to completely zero out, because anytime we build a new school, generally, the students around that new school, there's going to be some decrease in busing. I don't see any increase other than that Hawks Landing area. That would be an increase in busing. And I'll be honest, I don't have the exact numbers on compared to right now, what option 1 and option 2, what the net change would be. But the net difference between option 1 and option 2 would be 0. So if you chose option 1 versus option 2, assuming that they remain the same, I realized I got muted there. Sorry. Anyway, it's not going to change between 1 and 2. Sorry.
Thank you, Derek. I appreciate you clarifying that.
And yeah, thanks, Derek. It's good to have you here tonight and to have that as part of the discussion. And just a response, Julie, to your suggestion about including the student numbers for some of those little developments that where on between one option and another, we draw a line on either side. That's a brilliant idea. We're going to do that. Those numbers, in fact, were very important for the boundary committee and helped us arrive at these two options that the committee just unanimously feels both are viable and we would really like to have public input on. And I think it's just as important for everyone who will be evaluating these to have that same information. So that's a great idea. We want to make sure that we don't leave that out. I wanted to just mention something else that I think you'll find that will be very useful for us. In the boundary committee, it was recommended that, again, especially with some of those areas that are right on the edge of the boundaries, may be included in one school boundary in option 1 and not in option 2 and vice versa, that when we ask on the boundary survey for parents to indicate what their current boundary school is, and they can choose one of the three, then depending on which one they chose, if there's one of those areas within that boundary, it would give them another option to say, and I live in Jacobs Ranch or not in Jacobs Ranch, or Summerhill or not in Summerhill, kind of a thing, so that we can really get we can segregate the data a little bit better.
John, will you just address, I know I emailed you this already, but I think we should make the public aware. When we're looking at the proposed boundary here for Vineyard Elementary, there is a discrepancy between those two schools and the junior high boundary that may be concerning to some parents. Mm-hmm. So could you maybe just address what we're thinking about doing there?
You bet. So the proposed elementary boundary, just running straight down Center Street all the way to the lake, does not conform to the junior high boundary, which takes a little bit of a jog and goes just a little bit south, right toward the lake. The secondary boundary, obviously, the junior high boundary was there first, and it made sense for student enrollment. That same boundary line does not make good sense for elementary student enrollment, and so that's why we put it where it is, and we did study that thoroughly. However, what that means and what you're drawing our attention to, Amber, is that if this were to be the new elementary school boundary, Center Street in Vineyard, it would mean that the Vineyard Elementary School, not the new school in Vineyard, but Vineyard Elementary School boundary, there would be a very small portion of graduating sixth graders going to Orem Junior versus Lake Ridge. We just had Derek look at this year's sixth grade as if the boundary were to happen right now. And there were, just off the top of my head, Derek, I want to say 11 sixth graders who lived in that little area versus 77 sixth graders that lived in the whole rest of the area. So 77 would go, if that were the boundary today, to Lake Ridge, 11 to Orem Junior. So as I visited with Tim Brantley about this, the supervisor of secondary schools for that area, and to Rhonda, they both feel like that warrants a boundary process for junior high school boundaries, to have that thoroughly vetted and put out there. So we can look for that in the near future.
So will we take that option out to the communities at the same time that we take this elementary option, or will that be separate? Because I think it might be wise to do it at the same time.
Yeah,
it's not affecting a huge number of kids, but to the kids that are affected, it might be a really, really big deal.
Right. I guess we would have to see how fast the secondary team and the principals involved could, have that discussion, pull that together, and do it. We're pretty far down the road now with the elementary boundary, and it is something that we are prepared to respond to, because we are certain that we're going to get that feedback and that question from people, especially who live in that area. So I'll have to visit with Tim about that, Amber. We might be able to, but it would be pretty fast for them to put together their boundary committee and have it ready to go out at the same time. But we could very easily tell folks that is coming, and you'll be able to give your input on that, and we'll go through a similar process where we're sharing data and carrying on a survey and so forth.
Well, I wonder if it might be possible to even do something like, have a bus stop there for both schools for a year or two, so the 8th and 9th graders could finish at Orem Junior, but the 7th graders could go to Lake Ridge. I don't know. I mean, maybe some ideas for the secondary team when they start looking at that.
Totally.
Because that might be a little painful for some of those families, but it definitely is a better boundary for the elementary.
Yeah.
And Amber, if I could remind you, we didn't close Lake Ridge this year. And so where those schools are open to enrollment, a student who wanted to go one direction or the other would have that option.
Right.
I'm not saying not to do the boundary as you have suggested, but what I do believe is that we do have an advantage that is immediate and right now that would allow us to move forward, and then still that gives the elementary the opportunity to stay on the schedule that they are on, and allows the secondary to go through a scrutiny and consideration of whether or not they would make that recommendation for the boundary change.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions or comments anybody wants to make about any of that?
Yeah, John, can you tell us the anticipated schedule? You mentioned that next week will be an email with a video and explanation out to families.
Yes.
And then after that, you'll have some public input meetings or something. And
yes.
And then what kind of anticipated time frame to report back to the board?
Right. Okay. So, right. Next, let me just toggle over to my calendar here where I've got this written down. Yes. So next week on the 3rd, the email will go out to all the school communities in the Vineyard area and the Saratoga Springs area with a little introduction video that shows the options and so forth. And then folks will really have about a week, because then the survey opens on the 10th of December. It closes on the 18th. We will be holding some virtual meetings with, like I said, the school leadership teams, PTA, school community council on the 8th and 9th of December as well. So after the 18th, come back here, when the survey closes, that'll give us some time to compile that survey data and analyze it. The boundary committees will reconvene on the 7th of January. And then it will be back for a discussion in a board meeting with the board on February 9th, and then as an action item on February 23rd.
Okay, so we've got a few months process, plenty of opportunity for the public to share their thoughts. Your first anticipation is that they will watch the video and respond via the survey in the links that they will receive if they're in those school areas.
Yeah.
Okay. Ada, comments?
I'm not really familiar with how Orem Junior splits between high schools, so I assume that this new Vineyard School would feed into Mountain View. Is that correct?
The full.
That is correct.
Is that correct? I need to pull up the high school boundaries.
Mountain View boundaries take the entire area of the new Vineyard Elementary School and both the existing Vineyard Elementary.
Okay. Thank you. I just know that will be a question that will be in people's minds.
Yeah, that's nice to know. Thanks, Derek, for having that ready. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
The next item is membership report. Superintendent, do you have anything you'd like to share on the membership report?
Only to remind you that we get that update monthly. We've tried to make it very easy for you and our public to read, as anyone can have access to our report. And one of those main columns that we always want you to be looking at is the column where everything is yellow, and that's the total column. You can see other areas where it's compared, or where you can see where we are compared to the projection that was taking place. The only thing that I really wanted to bring up to you tonight was that we've had several students who have started in the homeschool. Their parents had them stay out of attending school, and they filled out the affidavit, and we have had many of them starting to come back over time since school started. And so we have had I'll call it a returning to our classrooms, and I appreciate those parents who made that effort to try and do the homeschooling, and then I also appreciate their decision that they have made to bring the kids back and allow them to attend school with their peers. It's an example of where choice is alive and well, and appreciate our public for being able to make that decision. We're glad that they, in some cases, have come back, and just wanted to share that with you this evening. Again, if you go down to the bottom of the column that talks about our total that includes the self-contained students, you can see that our total for ending the month of October was 81,052.
Thank you.
81,052. That's right.
Yeah. Sounds great. Thank you. Next, board members and superintendent information items. Anybody have a report they'd like to share from a committee that they're on, or other information they need to share with the board? Mark.
I just wanted to mention that the legislature has decided that they're not going to have anybody up on the Hill. So we won't be having our any of our USBA events up there. I'm not sure how. I mean, I would still like to have some adults in the room, some adult supervision of this whole process, but I'm not sure exactly how that's going to happen. So we will. We did meet as USBA and talked about that. Also on the we decided not to have in-person new board member workshops, so we will do that differently, and the conference also will be online this year. So I think all of you are aware of those decisions, but it's been a lot of hand-wringing trying to figure out how to do it in this COVID era, and I guess this is the best we're going to get.
Thank you. Appreciate the effort that goes in. I know it's a challenge. Not only a challenge to make those kinds of tough decisions, but then to adjust and provide a meaningful conference or workshops in an online fashion it's just a different format, and you gotta do it. Same thing our teachers go through so many times, and it's a challenge. Any other committee reports or other?
I don't know if this is an official committee report. It's a little bit of a stretch, I guess, but as the alternate to budget. So one of the ideas that I floated this morning, I know that we weren't able to give a bonus to our employees this year that they normally get in their November check. So one of the ideas, which obviously needs to go back to budget committee and be discussed, but I would love it if it's a possibility. And I checked with Rob and his head didn't explode, so I feel like it's probably a possibility, is potentially looking at giving a bonus to our employees around April or May. I know that budgets have been tight and we've been a little bit concerned. So whether we're able to set aside some of the CARES money for that, but I know that we have employees who are going above and beyond and are totally overworked. I also realize that with the budget being very tight, we probably won't be able to do a large bonus, but I would love to see if we are able to make that a possibility later in the year when we have, later in the fiscal year, when we have a better grasp of kind of where we are and we've kind of dealt with anything that wasn't anticipated, because I do think that our employees are working way past contract hours in some situations, and anything we can do to kind of show that we see our employees, we hear the what they're doing, and that we want to recognize them even with the limited resources we have. So I would love to kind of float that idea and hope it goes back to budget committee. And like I said, Rob's going to magically find the money for that.
It's sometimes it is difficult to do what you want to do. You can only spend $1 one time, and then it's not there anymore. And I know it's appreciated amongst all of our teachers to know how much we love them and we recognize the work they're doing. I think it's appreciated more if it comes with financial side to that. Whether that will happen or not, I don't know that, but it is better to send a nickel than it is to not. So we'll just have to see what comes. Though, thank you for sharing that. We sure love all of our employees that are working so hard. And Ada, you had something.
I just wanted to briefly mention that the policy committee is looking at updating our policy in regards to vaping. Kimberly informed us that there's like a huge stack of things that we have to do every time there's a legislative session. So this is one of those policies that we have to update. But I assume that there are more coming in the pipe. And a couple of other things I wanted to mention. The first is that the Proposition G passed, which will kind of change the definition of our earmark. So I think our public just needs to be aware that we need to keep an eye on what happens to school funding to make sure that we keep the promises that can be kept. I know there was talk about a rainy day. We're in the rainy day, so I'm not sure how that's going to come to pass. But anyway, we need to be very vigilant about our legislative session and how that is enacted, because it comes with some accompanying laws that go into effect. So let's be vigilant about that. And lastly, I just wondered, I know that I still get emails about whether we close schools or open schools, whether we're hybrid or whatever we're on. I just wanted to get a comment perhaps from our superintendent about what we're planning, what our plan is for the coming year.
You bet. By the way, since you mentioned vaping, I was wondering, does it count as vaping if I go sit at Krispy Kreme while the hot light is on?
We wish.
I don't think that was mentioned in our policy.
Okay,
Everything else was. Everything.
I'm going to continue to do that. That's a great way.
Did it alter your state of mind?
It's uplifting. Let me say on the issues that you mentioned about that, I'd encourage everybody to check in periodically, as often as daily, if they wish, to check the district website and the dashboard. It's updated every morning to keep people appraised as to how many cases are where they are. I've been watching it today, and today is lower than we were last week. So it's been going in the right direction, and we appreciate that. We've had some of our high schools have been on the hybrid schedule for the last couple of weeks, and they'll finish that here with the Thanksgiving holiday, and presuming everybody's careful and safe, we hope that our numbers can come back down, and we sure want to provide a safe in-person opportunity for both our teachers and our students. So hopefully everybody's checking that on the district website under the Return to Learn dashboard. So, Superintendent, did you want to share anything on that?
Only that we have many people that are behind the scenes that help us out a lot, and I really appreciate the effort that David Stevenson makes to ensure that that information is on our dashboard every day. They go in and he takes the information that Rhonda Bromley receives from all of the schools, and that information is put in and up to date. And I just appreciate the efforts that they make to communicate accurate information. So I do want to say this about our schools, and I did make this comment to our county health department. I know that there are some spikes in different schools, but to have the board reviewing and potentially recommending that we would be looking at schools that might go on to a hybrid for just 2 days before the Thanksgiving break. I told them we would not be shifting and making any of those changes for this week. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that, and that we will be reevaluating after we get back from the Thanksgiving break and seeing how the numbers are going. We did have many of our schools that were high in numbers that we're going to be reducing due to those who were, like you had said earlier, President Carlson, there were students who were coming off of the 14-day quarantine. And so that's why it was going to change the status of that school. So I'm excited to see what happens as we get back from the Thanksgiving break. And hopefully everyone will be safe and careful, and we won't have any spiking go on after the holiday.
Thank you. Ada.
Just to follow up, I want our public to know that sometimes across the nation you hear of school districts going completely online, and that would be us if it were not for the support system we have with our nurses and our health department and just Rhonda Bromley's very up-to-date data. I think we'd be in the same place, and without our teachers who have really worked with us in helping us figure out how to make their jobs doable. So I just want to give a big shout out to our teachers and our school nurses and everybody who's helped us to stay open, because not every school district has enjoyed those same benefits, and they have closed down, and our kids and their kids are suffering. So thank you to everyone.
Everybody across the nation should move to the Alpine district.
No.
We'll give Jason another chance to update his enrollment book when they all show up here. Amber.
I have a quick comment. I just also want to thank all of our admins that are our person of contact at our schools. I know I've been over to my secondary schools a couple times in the last couple of weeks, and they are spending just hours and hours every day doing all their contact tracing and all their reaching out to all those kids and emailing everyone and making sure everyone knows what's happening. So thank you, I think, to not just our school level people that are taking care of that, but our district level people too. I know it's been a massive amount of work on top of their already full plates that they normally have. So, and a thank you, of course, to our teachers. I've been in some classrooms lately, and just so much gratitude to our teachers and all that they're doing. I know it's been a hard year for a lot of them. One thing I wanted to ask Superintendent Jarman, I've had several people over the last week or so ask me if it would be possible to update our dashboard to have numbers of kids in quarantine at different schools. And I don't know if that's something that you maybe could take back to the team that's working on that and see if that's a possibility or an option or even something we want to do. I don't know, but just a suggestion. I've had several teachers and community members ask me for that recently. So, but a huge thanks to everybody who's keeping track of all of the numbers. I know it's been a really, really big job for everybody.
That might take a whole another set of staff members to keep track of the on and off quarantine numbers that move back and forth.
True.
Which ones are because they sat next to the wrong student, and which ones are because a family member at home, or a college student who came back for the weekend.
I don't know anyone that might have happened to. So.
Sure. Well, this COVID has certainly been quite a challenge, and I'm just going to say I appreciate everybody who worked so hard to keep a safe environment in the schools, and especially we've all talked about all of those who are working in the schools, but I especially appreciate parents who are watching over the health of their children, who are paying attention before their students head off to school to make sure that they're healthy and safe, and so that they are not bringing that to our schools. So thank you to everybody. It's a huge job. Any other committee reports or such?
I move that we go into closed session to discuss personnel, property, and litigation, etc.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second on that? You have to take
I'll second it.
I think that was Sarah Hacken. Yes, it was. So a motion from Sarah Beeson, seconded by Sarah Hacken, to move into closed session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. We'll adjourn this meeting and move into the closed session. That'll be a separate link, so join in just a few minutes. See you there.